Welcome, welcome to my channel. This is Remain Calm here. We are going to be having some serious conversation today. Hi, May May. Good to see you, darling. All right, I'm going to start out with a song, and then we're going to get serious on today's topic. So, thank you very much, Eagles, for that song. Love it, love it, love it. No, I wasn't going to sing it. I felt like freaking Taylor Swift when I did my little DJ RC thing. Yeah. I will not put you guys through that again, I promise. For real. Hey, angry little chipmunk. Why are you an angry little chipmunk? You should be a happy little chipmunk. Okay, so I want to start out with this, okay? And I am going to try to be as low budget professional as I can on this one. I don't feel, in my opinion, that Candace Bly Wells owes anyone any answers about what transpired on June 15, 2021, when little 5-year-old Summer Wells went missing from her home at 110 Ben Hill Road in Beach Creek. But to go around and lie to individuals who care about what happened to Summer that day, I find it to be disgusting. I find it to be disgusting. I truly believe, this is what I believe, she was neglectful. I believe she left the hill that day. I believe she told the boys to watch Summer that day. Go back and listen to Candy Hair, Grandma Candy, Grandis, whatever you want to call her. Go back and listen to that interview. She states something along the facts that she was sleeping. She didn't know anything until she heard Candace calling for Summer, is what she said. That is what she said, right? And it's not the fact, because let me tell you guys something. I've never had a conversation with Candace. I don't need to have conversation with somebody who's a known liar, okay? And it is weird to me that individuals who have befriended her or, starts having conversations with her, why they wouldn't know that Candace is a known liar. Hey, Linda. For sure. Now, let me ask you guys this, and we need to get people in here and chat. We're going to have some conversations. Let's go ahead and start with the unmasked interview with Allison, Hunter's mother. Luckily, before that was taken off of their playlist, I was fortunate enough to get it. If you guys want to see the whole thing, please, you can do it on my channel. I'm sure there's other channels who have it. I also have the conversation that was had with David Dotson. Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yet you got to remember, she doesn't owe anybody any answers to anything. What upsets me is she's saying things to people and she's saying things that she hasn't even turned over to law enforcement herself. Okay? Make that make sense. Everyone knew that there were devices that Candace had that were never turned over to law enforcement. She told us that in the Chris McDonough interview. Don't you guys remember? When she was like, I know Hunter does TikToks. I have a phone with TikToks that Hunter has done on him. And Chris was like, did you show that to law enforcement? Oh, no. I'm supposed to go in there Tuesday or some shit, right? I'm supposed to go in there Tuesday and give it. And I'll give it to him then. Right? Nothing does make sense. Well, Jenny, this is the thing. Where did we hear about a camera and a TV? That came from Dawn, I think, right? They took our TV and they never gave it back. They took a camera, they never gave it back. Do you really think that law enforcement is going to go in that house? They're going to write down taking clothes. They're going to write down a picnic basket. But they're not going to put a TV and a camera on that list, right? And I'm just going to say this. I seen the list. I absolutely seen the list. Do you not think that anything could have been put on that list once it was given to them? Once the copy was given to somebody, right? Once a copy of any paperwork is given to anybody for anything, you can put whatever you want on there, right? The moment CM turned in that phone. Why would Chris McDonough have a phone he could turn in? Candace had that phone. Well, May, they probably had to keep it. All right, you guys, please dress your words up for me. Please dress your words up for me. Okay, let me pull my chat up here. Let me pull my chat up. Give me 1 second here. Let me take control of my chat. Let me do it. All right. If your comment gets removed, please don't take it personally. Well, Stein Eric, I would say that the possibility that she did get all of her vaccines, Candace enrolled her for school. When you enroll a child for school, most people take them to the health department and they have to have their vaccinations to start school, right? Don Wells went to jail. Tim Mullens took Don Wells to jail. Don Wells had his phone with him. Don Wells then proceeded to give Tim Mullens his phone. Tim Mullens allegedly downloaded what was on Don's phone. At first, he said it was just pictures. Nobody knows exactly what Tim Mullens downloaded when he got that phone. Hey, Marie. But May, hey, flies. Yeah, she was already enrolled. But how do you know that the intention was to not take Summer to school? Right? I mean, but then again, I feel you. I see what you're saying. We don't personally know. We don't know what law enforcement asked them on their lie detector test. They have never came out and showed any paperwork for a lie detector test. Yes, the boys were in school. Absolutely correct. The boys were in school. Right? This has been an issue all along with everyone. Law enforcement has not told us anything. And I believe the only reason that they even let us know about the search on Van Hill Road was that they knew that it was going to come out anyway. They knew that them being on Van Hill Road was going to become the topic of conversation on social media, right? But they were not homeschooled, May. They were not homeschooled. They went to a public school. And throughout the Rona, they, I'm sure, didn't go to everyone's home to see if any of the kids were doing any schoolwork when they were out because of the Rona. Now, you know, is Candace just messing with people? She seems to be that type of person, right? I mean, for sure. Dawn is, right? Right. The boys were playing games. The boys were playing games. Absolutely. Absolutely. I can't be that person who's going to sit on my channel and say that Dawn and Candace didn't love their kids. I'm not Dawn and Candace. I wasn't there. I truly believe, and this is just my beliefs, and you guys please have your own opinions and or whatever. I really respect that out of everybody who doesn't feel the same way I do. The blame game was happening with Dawn and Candace. Now, what I thought was interesting, and excuse me while I pull up my notes. Remain calm's going there today. I am. And I didn't do this live earlier only because I am not a hypocrite. And I was not going to, let me find it, use talking about summer to get my views in on YouTube before the 21st. So that's why we're doing it today. Many, many times we see the 21st of the month is always the pay period for YouTube from the month before. So you kind of get paid, monthly, but there's always a they go back a month is what they do. And we see it. People, talk about summer. It's people enjoy talking about summer, and I don't blame them. But I didn't feel comfortable doing that, but that's just me. Hey, Poppy. Hey, CM. Right? But, I ain't going to say anything about anybody who does. When you're a creator, I mean, you definitely want to make it worth your while. I mean, who wouldn't? Being a YouTube creator isn't as fantastic as people think it is. It's hard. It is very hard to come up with different things to speak about. Now we're going to get into Tim Mullens here. Hold on. I got to find, I had it pulled up, dang it. I had it pulled up. Could kick myself in the butt because I had it pulled up. So, I mean, look, we could ask a lot of questions, okay? Oh, I love that. Let me tell you something. I love going fishing. I really do. Should have had everything pink in our room. I didn't see a dog kitchen. Why, May? Why should everything have been pink in her room? Just because she was a little girl don't mean everything had to be pink, right? Yeah, we're going to be getting some bad weather too, you guys. It's supposed to get really bad. And I'm not looking forward to it at all. Not at all. So we had a lot of players, YouTube creators, creators were having subs go and to the area, take pictures, do investigative work for creators who didn't live in the area. They were having there was a lot going on at 110 Ben Hill Road. A lot. So inserts Tim Mullens. Now, we already talked about how Tim met Robin first. Supposedly the bread lady, right? Supposedly the bread lady. Kind of liked her. Had a little soft spot for her. Like Dawn, right? We know how Dawn feels about Robin. She's beautiful. She dresses nice. Basically, she's the exact opposite of his wife. We've talked about Robin calling Dawn when he took off from 110 Ben Hill Road for a significant amount of time, praying with him about, Dawn, Jesus wants you to go home, right? Jesus wants you to go home. And he did. He went home. Now, if you notice, hey, Karen with the C, if you notice, Dawn has stayed away from YouTube, from social media. As far as I know, I haven't heard him come out and speak on anything. I know that, you know, there are people who give him a call and will ask him a question or whatever, and he'll answer it. There it be. I found it. Okay. There it be. Hold on. So we've got one specific question that I've always had, and it's really not a big deal for me to get an answer to it. Why would Tim Mullens feel the need to pay someone to run interference on another YouTuber or a individual who inserted themselves into Summer's case to also investigate to try to find out what had happened to Summer? Why would you pay somebody money to do that, right? I never understood that. I didn't. I never understood that. Okay. Do you guys want to start with... Okay, let me get over here to Tim. All right. So this is Tim Mullens talking about meeting Don Wells. Doing it for money and to make a film? That's a good question, Marie. I do not know if Tim Mullens ever spoke to TVI. He did say this, though. Hold on. Let me get this pulled up. I got a couple clips. Couple clippity clips that I will share with you. Okay. This really bothered me when Tim Mullens said this. That's why I clipped it. Because it bothered me. Oh, wait, I got it. Hold on, I got it muted. Low budget.
That wasn't Don. That was whiskey. A man does not always tell the truth when whiskey talks. In Don's case, he would actually just start making up crazy stuff. His sense of humor would kick in.
His sense of humor would kick in. The stuff that Don Wells said, how would you even I don't think so, Danny. I think that him doing those things is strictly, you know, strictly with the Summer Wells case. No one else has let him insert himself into another missing child case. But then again, I don't know. I don't freaking run around and, try to, hang out with the dude. For real. For real. All right. All right. So this is Tim Mullens here. And he's going to tell us. Oh, wait a minute. That's meeting Candace. We want to pop over to this one. All right. This is meeting Don Wells at the prayer vigil. Now, Don said he met Tim Mullens a while back when they were flying gyrocopters. That's what he said. Right? And at first I was like, wait a minute. I thought you didn't know Don and you didn't even know what he looked like when he was at this vigil, right? Now, from what I hear, this is hearsay. Hearsay, people. I don't know if this is true or not, but a little birdie told me that old Candace said Don and Tim Mullens knew each other previously. Now, am I going to put that as, under my little facts? Probably not. Probably not. Because why? Can anybody guess why? Candace lies. She lies. So, no. Remain calm cannot put that under my little facts list. For sure. Okay, let me make sure I got everything on. Oh, it's not going to let me do closed captions, guys. I'm sorry about that. All right, let's hear what he says.
That was kind of what do they call it? A junction in time? A keystone? When a bunch of things happen that trigger other things. This is neat. Somebody lost their dog collar. This is the green belt in Kingsport. It goes from one end of Kingsport to the other. And probably about 10 miles long. What's neat is it was not built on railroad tracks. A lot of times they'll do railroad tracks and then just turn them into a trail. This one was just built plain from scratch. So that's pretty neat for a city to do that. Here come some people. Please stand by. Wait a minute. See what I mean? Lots of people like this. You should see this in the springtime. Yeah, so the last one I just did not realize. That was pretty amazing just for myself. Like I said, I haven't had time to think about any of this since at some point way back then.
Now, don't forget, Tim said that it would have been June 22nd that they, whoever they were, went to the Beach Creek area to take pictures and things like that for the paper, I guess, right? Yet, still hadn't at that time met Don and Candace. He says he's seen Candace carrying the banner in the parade. She was walking with Robin Lane. He knew Robin as the bread lady. And that's when he seen Candace. The look on Candace's face, he just had never seen anything like that before. Right? But we know June 22nd, he was in the area with someone. Well, of course he is, Danny. Of course he is. That's why anytime you play his stuff, you got to keep going through it very quickly because he's telling you a historical lesson. Tim Mullens has given everybody a history lesson while telling another story about his involvement with the family of Summer Wells. Now, I think what always interested me was the fact that Don and Tim don't seem to be, you know, both of their characteristics seem to be way totally different, like water and oil, right? For sure. Thank you, Linda. Have a good day, honey. Yes, he did, Marie. The things that Don Wells came out publicly and said about things that could have happened to his daughter is just disgusting, I think, to all of us. For sure. Thank you, May May. I will put that up there, sweet girl.
Because things just kept unfolding and happening. And that's when I first met Candace in person. I'd seen her in the parade and then met her there in person. Didn't really introduce myself, I don't think. I could have said, hello, I'm Tim. I'm doing your website, but I don't even think I said that.
Well, it's weird because in the visual, we all seen where you were standing by her. Didn't you have your hand on her shoulder or something? Isn't that when you put your finger to your mouth to shush Robin Lane up because you didn't want her saying what you were, your part in the website about Summer? Make that make sense.
That was a group of people taking the maternity pictures. So that's always neat, a new little child coming to Earth. Gets to learn about God. Can't beat that. They were sweet. She said, my shoes are soaked, my feet are wet, because right down the trail here, it's still flooded from the other day. But yes, that's the first time I had got to like face-to-face meet, kind of like first time I saw her, second time I met her, I guess would be the terms. Like I said, never taken pictures unless, I need to verify this, taking some shots in Kingsport at some festive. They happened to walk through the picture and I didn't know it. I wanted to make sure that was clear. If I said I'd never taken their picture, then say, well, how do you know?
Let's go back and think about the SDA church. And I could be wrong, and please let me know if I'm wrong. And believe me, I would rather somebody come in and say, no, RC, you're wrong about something, okay? Just please feel free to let me know if I'm wrong. Prior, Tim Mullens, if I remember correctly, had been associated with the SDA church and taking pictures, right? You had to use your roommate's device? I don't know who you are. It's very nice that your roommate's letting you use their device, but my psychic abilities aren't working too well today. So I don't know who you are that you're using your roommate's device. Oh, Marie. Okay. Oh, thanks for letting me know, Marie. All right, girl. So we know he took pictures when Robin was making the bread, right? I think it was love at first sight, if you ask me. Love exciting and new. Right? I'm just saying.
So I wanted to clarify it so it was clear. Yes, there's a chance. Who knows? Because Candace has told me she's been to the Exchange Place. I think, yeah, the Exchange Place. We'll go there sometime. 1850s farm. Other things in Kingsport, because Kingsport just has a lot of neat stuff. The Shadow knows. And
how creepy is that?
So that was that. Well, then between that prayer vigil, July 2/7, and the next prayer vigil that they put out a little picture brochure for, which was August 3rd, a bunch of things were kind of clicking and happening and doing the website. The pictures, the things that were going on.
Who invited you in to be the person to start that website? Because what you're saying to me, and I could be wrong, I may be way out of bounds here. Me neither. I'm not crazy about him either, Jenny. I agree, Marie. High level weirdo. Right? Was a church going married woman with a child. Jenny, now, I know how we all feel about him, but Tim said, I played it before, Tim said that he actually met Robin's husband. He actually met Robin's husband. So, and don't forget, I mean, if you want to really get into Robin, let's talk about her husband, not the one she's married to now, a previous husband, if I remember correctly, had I'll say allegedly stole some things from the evidence locker at a police station where he worked. Okay? The man that she's married to now did not want her at 110 Ben Hill Road, did not want his child, their daughter, at 110 Ben Hill Road. For real. Let me say this too. This always stood out to me. Cam and Allie were at 110 Ben Hill Road. Candace wanted them to come the following day and keep helping her with working on the dungeon. I'm just going to call it a dungeon. That's what it was, a dungeon. Hey, Sage, right? A dungeon. Cam and Allie said, no, we cannot come. The kids are out of school tomorrow. Candace says, oh, Bring them on over. They can hang out in the dungeon. Nobody's gonna bother them. They'll be fine. What? What are you talking about, Danny? Oh, I see what you're saying, Danny. I don't know. I don't know. I do not know Robin Lane nor her husband. Don't know the people. I agree, Marie. I agree. So Tim's already got it very quickly in his mind that he's going to be in charge of social media. Why would he have that? And I could be wrong. Please tell me if I'm wrong. Please let me know if you feel a different way. Why would he do that? And don't get me wrong, I am not saying that what Tim Mullens has not or has put out as far as any of the sites where he's putting information about summer or anything like that. I am not saying that the guy has not done a good job, because yes, we know he's weird. People are not crazy about him, but you know, he's done a good job. But why in his mind would that be his goal almost immediately when he hadn't personally met Dawn and Candace yet? Am I thinking wrong? And if I am, please tell me. Right? Well, I've said this before. If he's going to make a movie, his ass needs to show Dawn and Candace all messed up, saying the horrible stuff that they're saying. Be real with it. Be real with it. Don Wells has said, if you don't have any evidence, then you cannot be arrested for a crime. Without any evidence, right? Don said that.
The previous interviews had been analyzed.
Now, I'm just saying, we're just talking real talk over here. At some point, Tim Mullens was okay with Benny Keys and whatever was happening there. But it seemed like he did not want Ernie Shell anywhere around. Anywhere around. Right? Hey, angel from heaven. Right? No Ernie. Keep Ernie away. Hey, Jackie. Right? I am good, Angel. And I'm going to call you Angel. I am not going to call you PG's little girl's back. I don't need to know that, darling. I'm going to call you Angel. So, right? I agree. If he has seen these things himself and wants to be a reporter, he should not be on either side for or against parents. Well, let's talk about that for a minute. There are many people, and these are the PIs, right? Oh, thanks. The PIs even said, we are here for summer. We're here for summer. Chris, the PI, actually came out and said that on some Billy radio guy thing, right? Marie, I do not believe that Benny knew Candace before Summer went missing at all. Now, you can go ask PG because she said it before. PG said the only reason that Benny was even allowed anywhere around there was because of her. You can ask her. She won't lie to you. Just watch out. She may be a little hormonal because she getting ready to have a baby. Okay? I knew who you meant, Marie. I knew who you meant. You know what? I've had a conversation too. Me and Flies, we've talked about over the last 4 years, we've talked about Summer so much. About well, now I've already moved past Ernie. So did Benny and Ernie kind of use Candace? Or did Candace know what she was doing the whole time? Candy girl, right? You're my world. I don't know. But anywho, I will say this, and this is just from what I've seen, and this is being extremely real and truthful. I do believe that Benny did and still does care about Candace. You're talking about an individual who went to 110 Ben Hill Road. He's seen the dysfunction. He's seen the DV. He's seen a lot of things that he probably wish he wouldn't have seen. He's seen firsthand how Dawn treated Candace. He's seen firsthand Dawn, his addictions, taking off, doing this, doing that, right? Hey, Golden Grace, how are you? Right? I believe that, hey, even Remain Calm felt some type of way, knowing, the craziness that was going on, right? There's no way that I see, no, you're fine, Flies. There's no way that I see anyone who is a human being and themselves has gone through some of that, did not look at Candace and have some feeling about what was happening there. Right? King Sport. Who is King Sport?
Hello, Moto.
Hang on, guys. Hey, I'm live, but tell Chris I said happy birthday.
Alrighty, I will.
Okay.
Bye.
Love you, bye. My son-in-law's birthday's today, and my granddaughter turned 13 yesterday. Happy birthday, Madison Mystery. I don't know who King Sport is. Oh, King Sport. Oh, sorry, May May. I had to put the words together. Okay. Well, all right, you guys. Do you really believe that law enforcement knows nothing? Right? That law enforcement doesn't know anything. Now, some people, if you listen to them, they're like, law enforcement's stupid. They don't know anything. And let me say this for the thousandth time. If you have any relevant information, please contact 1-800-TBI-FIND or call Hawkins County Sheriff's Office. Or if you're not comfortable doing that, call FBI. But don't get all freaky geeky when they don't contact you back. Right? And because Ziggy called me a psychotic bitch, Ziggy's the one who ruined that for everybody. Everything was content. And Pruitt was like, you're not using me for content, lady. So stop it. Right? That's what I seen anyway. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. Law enforcement does not have to be anybody's content. Yeah, me too, flies. And I think they do. I think they do. And, I'll just put this out here, and you guys know that my channel is a commentary channel, and I give my opinion, and I truly mean it when I say you guys' opinions mean a lot to me also. And I do appreciate when everybody comes in and they give us their opinions, and I really do appreciate that, because that's what my channel is all about. And I want to keep my channel the same way as I started it. Who had a baby? You can go. For sure. Well, let's just see here, because I'm nice. I don't know. Who had a baby? Who had a baby? Hold on. I'm checking out something here. Da-da-da-da. Sir, we are speaking of a missing child named Summer Moon Utah Wells that went missing on June 15, 2021. They still have not found her. If you would like to hang out and just hang out, you're more than welcome to do that. That is what this is about, sir. And I don't know, Anya. There is a little Benny Bible baby coming soon. I don't know. What about it? Benny says what? Benny says what, Anya from Norway? If there was foul play, I believe there was, they only have one shot at a conviction, and they need to keep it all close and silent. Absolutely. Absolutely. And like I said, you guys, this is all my opinion. I really hope that, but I already see it happening. When the oldest boy is 18, people are going to be lining up to see and hear what this boy will say. It's going to happen. Also, we don't know if he may go right back with his mom and dad. We don't know that. We don't know that. Right? But that the only thing that I'm going to say about the boys, Lawson said, "Where the last place the boys seen summer." Lawson said it, right? So yes, he did put that. What'd she put in chat? I didn't see what she put in chat, but just get rid of her, Flies. Just get rid of her. Look, we're not playing games over here. We're talking about a missing child. So don't even waste your time with people who want to act like fucking idiots today. And I'm serious. Amy, that's kind of harsh. That's kind of harsh. But okay, your opinion. Thank you for putting in your opinion. No, Marie, nobody has said anything about what they found on Van Hill at all. Stein Eric, you didn't hear me say Anya's an idiot. What I said is I don't need nobody in chat saying stupid shit. So is that why you're here, Stein Eric? Are y'all trying to get it off the subject? Is that what you're trying to do? Why are you guys coming in here trying to make it about yourselves? Right? Anya's not old. She's been in here before. But don't ever come in my chat saying I called anybody an idiot. What I said is I don't need people coming into chat saying stupid shit. So for real. For real. All right, let me get back to Tim. Let's get back to Tim. Yeah, you're not going to curse in my chat either. Why is she in my chat cussing? Why would you come into my chat cussing? Linda, they're not going to tell us what they were looking for. I think it would be very helpful if they did. If they did tell us what they were looking for. For sure. Thank you, Flies. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate my mods. Well, I hope you have a wonderful day too, Act Right. Okay, so we got Tim Mullens, who kind of decided, from what it sounds like to me, and like I said, it may not sound like this to you guys, but this is just where I'm at with this, that before he says that he personally met Don and Candace, that he possibly already had it in his mind to handle these websites and stuff. Right? It's kind of what it seems like to me. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
I think by then, I know that Don wasn't happy at all. He got real upset once everything was being was being told on those, because the interviews herself, those 2 interviews at their home and at the lake, I thought they were great. I really did. I liked them. That's why they were posted, because they just gave you a nice view.
The interviews, the first 2 interviews that Dawn did, Tim really liked them.
It was within the analysis of those interviews, which might have been right afterwards. I can't remember. I haven't gone back and watched them for a while. But it was all about the exact same time, and it all had to do with those interviews, is the part that I'd mentioned the other day on the...
So, this is a text message between Tim and somebody else. And of course, people, obviously Tim is putting this up here for a reason, but something about Candace hates him now. Tim says, tell me more. He presented a theory after his interview with Candace. Oh, he's talking about Chris McDonough. He presented a theory after his interview with Candace where he somewhat accused Dawn of hiding in the shed. Door to the shed was open. Candace wouldn't let him look inside. Tim says he apologized for that yesterday. Let me ask you guys this and answer it truthfully. Did you really think that the shed comment was a big deal? I don't remember the shed doors being open, but I remember Candace saying it wasn't a big deal if he looked in the shed or not, that there wasn't nothing in there but tools, right? And from my understanding, Candace was in the dollar store long enough that if Dawn wasn't home, he had plenty of time to leave, right? He had plenty of time to boot scoot boogie right out the door. He wouldn't have had to hide in the shed. Now, was Chris McDonough kind of getting his dibs in there? Possibly. I don't know. I'm not Chris McDonough. But we do know that at some time in Dawn's life, he hid in a shed from, I don't know, I think the Marshalls or something, right? May, I think because they didn't have any proof at the time that she had done anything to Melody, but now she's in jail. Yeah, it was made a big deal. Candace told CM he could in there if he wanted. Oh, that he could have been in there. Don's a pretty big guy. Don's a pretty big guy. But if he was in the shed, he was in the shed. So, well, yeah. I mean, after all these years, someone has got to have information that they believe is correct, right? Yeah. Yeah, she told him he could go in the shed. But I couldn't understand why that little statement, that little comment started a big fight, and Dawn immediately didn't like Chris McDonough over it. Don't forget, Don would say things and then go on an apology tour. He spoke with Chris McDonough. I've went over it. I don't want to go over it again. I don't. Don said weird shit. Get into it. Don spoke about Summer, a hand being placed over her mouth. Could have been what Jody Sue heard, right? They carried her down the hill. A substance abuser putting her in the car and driving far away from Beach Creek. The thing about it is, could that have happened? Could it have happened? That possibility could have happened. Him saying that wasn't as bad as the other stuff he said. At all. And look, I am not the parent of a missing child. I remember one time my son got out of my sight. I freaked out. I was screaming his name like crazy. And, luckily, I seen his little toad head. He had white hair. Don said a lot of what ifs. Yeah, a whole lot. Chris made a bigger deal out of a lot of things. Yeah, I've really not gave my opinion on Chris McDonough. One thing I will say is we would not have seen we would not have seen 110 Ben Hill Road, what it looked like up there. It wouldn't have been. We would have never known if it wasn't for Chris McDonough at all. And look at it like this too, you guys, because guess what? Candace allowed Chris McDonough to 110 Ben Hill Road. If you were guilty of your daughter going missing, would you allow a retired detective to come on your property and videotape? Right? I don't know, Danny. I'm sure they really liked certain people. I'm sure that, there are people who are still friends with Candace. Right? Yes. The home itself, they said law enforcement came in there and tore that house apart many times. Many times. What were they looking for? What could they have been looking for? Right? Hey, Stephen. What could they have been looking for? That they came back over and over and over again. What were they looking for? I've had some people say they were looking for Summer. Were they looking for? I mean, it kind of sounds like they were looking for anything that possibly they could charge them with, right? I mean, if they're going to come in your house and tear it apart, they're going to be looking for something that they can get charges on you with, right? Am I wrong?
Whichever video 3, video 4. So I wanted to clarify that. Sometimes the times aren't exactly bullseye that I'm saying, but they're generally in that area, that time frame, and it may consolidate a couple things a few hours apart, but the points were all still the same. And I want to clarify also, I have this massive, huge respect for law enforcement.
I'm going to cover that. You guys can hear him now.
Listen, you can hear the frogs. They like when it floods. Nothing personally against the gentleman at all.
That's very true, May. I see where you're coming from, because I don't know if I could have stayed out at 110 after my daughter goes missing and I don't know who has her or where she's at. But then there's the other side of the coin there. I wouldn't want to leave in case my daughter ever came home. That's hang on a minute. That is the only home Summer knew. So, that is kind of a toss up there. And Candace did leave. Candace went and stayed with Kathy the friend. Kathy the friend really thought that she was Candace's friend. We all seen how that played out. Now, when you have a friendship, there's two people in a friendship, okay? And so I seen Kathy, I watched her stuff. She was very upset. I could understand why she was upset, but then again, to look, it did seem also that Kathy was upset because Candace didn't do what she was making Kathy believe that she was going to do. And that upset Kathy. But I want to know, and me and Flies talked about this too, the Dear John letter that Candace wrote Dawn. I cannot find it. It's on Justin's channel somewhere, where Candace makes the comment something along the lines of, I'll go to jail and you will get the boys. Okay? Now, I think Candace said something like it was my journal writings. Ma'am, something in your mind, something you had done previously, there was something there that happened that made you feel like you could go to jail What made you think that you would be the one to go to jail? Well, the thing about the box, let's talk about the box really quick. Candace told Kathy, take the box to the police station. I'll pick it up there. There was a big to-do over this box. It was a box that a mod of Cam and Allie's had made for Candace to put in little things to remember summer by. Now, the thing in the box that got everybody upset was the, I'll call it the little sweat jacket, right? Yeah, Kathy supposedly took her to rehab. No, she wasn't her rehab sponsor. I guess I would want to see receipts on that. Candace was still doing substances, even when she was around Kathy. She took Candace to rehab, and Candace didn't stay. Just like Dawn. Benny took Dawn to rehab. Dawn wouldn't stay. And I really can't say a whole lot about that. You know, there are people that go to rehab that it doesn't do them any good. It doesn't do them any good. But then there's people who don't want to go to rehab because they keep wanting to do whatever they're doing. And just like a functioning alcoholic, I'm sure that there's individuals who do substances that they function on it. I personally don't know, but I'm sure that happens. Right? Well, yeah, I mean, yes, CM, it is a memory box, but I don't think, you know, Stein Eric, you're more than welcome in here. I've never had a problem with you, but don't come into my chat being disrespectful, and don't try to say that I'm saying things that I'm not saying. For real. I've always showed you nothing but respect. That is it. So having her do the right thing, I see why she bailed on her. Well, let's put it like this, act right. Okay. What are you over here? I don't get it. Who do you think bailed on who? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean by was they an actual thing? An actual thing? I don't understand what you mean by that. Kathy done for Candace, and Candace could have cared less. Well, it's weird that you put it that way, Act Right, because you're kind of, I mean, was they an actual thing or not? I don't understand. I don't understand what you mean by that. They were friends. Kathy was married. Kathy had a child in her home. Thank you. Okay, after I get it. Yeah. Yeah, Candace bailed on her. Well, I mean, and this is what they showed us. Okay. Stein Eric, honey, you wrote it in chat, darling. Let's leave it there. Okay. Hang out. Take some deep breaths. Join in on the conversation. Nobody's an idiot over here. Only remain calm sometimes. They were a couple. No, they weren't like that. Well, I don't know. I don't know, act right, bitches. I am not going to say they weren't, but no, Kathy had a husband. Kathy had a daughter. Kathy allowed Candace and her fucking shenanigans to come into her home. Kathy seemed to be trying really hard to help Candace in any way she can, try to help her get her boys back. Right? Right? Heck yeah, Jenny. 420, everybody. Feel free. We're pretty easy going over here. Uh-oh. You got May going. You guys shouldn't have started getting May going. For real. Okay, everybody calm down now. Let's get back on the subject at hand. They were two outfits. One is peach and pink, slight difference in the design. Well, that's the thing, right? That is the thing. Yes, the sweat jacket was in the box, and a lot of people could not understand why law enforcement did not have it. But who can honestly tell me? Who can show me with receipts? With receipts. Not what somebody said. Who can prove to me exactly what Summer Moon Utah Wells was actually wearing when she went missing? Who can show me receipts on what she was wearing when she went missing? I don't need anybody to be like, so-and-so told me this. And I don't even believe what Candace said she went missing in. Unfortunately, I don't believe Candace, period. Right? Not at all. Yeah, go ahead. Drop Kathy's link for me, Flies, would you? Please go check out Kathy. She talks about all of it. The only thing that I ever questioned with that relationship, well, it didn't even have nothing to do with the relationship. Candace obviously, right, packed up a bunch of stuff and took it to Kathy's house. At that time, obviously, she really didn't have any desire to go back to Dawn, right? Well, I mean, they may have sold them at Kohl's. They said that the little sweatsuit that Summer had on, Grandma had bought for Summer to wear to school when she started school, right? Right? And also, people who has been to Beach Creek, people who have been to 110 Ben Hill Road, people who have befriended Candace, people who have befriended Dawn. Hey, Scott H., what is up? People who have been there and had their own experiences are not going to be called a liar by Remain Calm. They're not. Because guess what? I wasn't there. I don't know what they've experienced. I didn't live in the area. So it kind of perturbs me when people so easily will call people liars about their own personal experience. Right? Oh, yeah, I'll get into that, Flies. Thank you for bringing that up for real. Because this is factual. Real talk, right? Don B., a big-time creator. I think he's got 20, 30,000 subs. I mean, he'll throw it in your face if you're a smaller creator, right? Shit don't stink. What if guy? He's a what if guy. What if this and what if that? He goes and takes pictures of Kathy's home and puts it out. Now, granted, you know, the law will say if you're in a public place and you take a picture, right? Now, granted, he did not show the house number or anything like that. He was on the road and he took pictures of Kathy's house and put them out on the internet. Now, that right there, I mean, the only reason that I threw a fit about the picture of my house getting taken is because my address is fucking on it, okay? Other than that, I don't give a rat's ass. But he also started basically stalking them, stalking Kathy and Candace. He would just happen to pull up behind them at a stoplight. He would just happen to, you know, go into a grocery store where they were at. Now, I don't remember everything about what happened in court. They did try to go to court to get a restraining order. I don't know what information they used. I wasn't there. All I know is what he did to my friend, and it pissed me off. And, you know, people like Don B. I ain't going to tell people not to go watch him. I don't watch him. But I just know his character, and he's just not a person that I, you know. Don B was responsible for drumming up a lot of support and driving traffic to her channel by promoting and vouching for her. Who are you talking about, Chris? Promoting who? She didn't know. They went to court, and I don't remember what happened at court, but they dismissed it with prejudice, if I remember, which meant that they could take him back to court, but they could not use the information that they were using in this court of law. Does that make sense? Oh, is it gone? Her channel's gone? Are you guys still going on about the idiot comment? Y'all give each other hugs and make up. I didn't know it was gone either, Linda. I thought it was still up. Well, I mean, look at it like this, okay? Why was she 6 CM when Ernie recorded her throwing up? Oh, yeah, something's wrong with Kathy. Yeah, Kathy's got something going on with her, for sure. I don't think that Kathy knew anything about Summer, Chris. She didn't meet Candace until after Summer went missing. Well, I mean, I don't know where that came from, CM. I don't know where it came from that Summer was sick the night before the 15th. Kathy came along after Summer, absolutely. See, and I don't want to be a bitch, but this is where my problem comes in. It is, very few things do we actually have receipts on, right? She was early in the rescue. What, Stein Eric? What are you talking about? I've never heard that Summer was sick before on the 14th either. Something happened between Kathy, Candace, and Squall, and then Kathy broke up her friendship after. This is the only thing I know about the Kathy and Candace situation. Candace went back to Dawn when Dawn got out of jail. I've never heard Squall having anything to do with that. I've not heard Squall having anything to do with that at all. It was after Kathy gave her time, let Candace stay with her. She wanted to help Candace. She wanted to help Candace get her boys back. Candace was even in the process of filing paperwork to divorce Dawn, right? She took Candace to see the boys, was trying to help her so much. And when Dawn got out of jail, Candace went back to Dawn. Candace went back to Dawn. Right? In her last video, she went after Squall. I don't know a lot about Squall. I've really never been over backwards to find anything out about Squall. I do know that what I remember of her, she publicly came out and spoke about some real life stuff that happened with her and Frank Light, for sure. Make sure you put in my opinion. Them two are thick as thieves. They were really big question to part now after all this time someone's going to talk. I don't think so. I removed it, Flies. Don't even acknowledge that crap. I removed the comment. Because guess what? I don't care. I do not care who Candace was loving on. Okay? I do not care. She didn't come into Summer's life until after. Yeah, Kathy didn't come into Summer's life till after she went missing. No, we probably won't, May May. We probably won't. See, I get sidetracked, you guys. Well, luckily, I got some time today. All right, let me turn Tim Mullens back on.
He's supposed to be suspicious. That was his job. You're suspicious. I mean, look at with. He's probably about the only gentleman I'll bring up, and
He's talking
bring him
about
up
Tim
much. I have
Mullens.
nothing against.
I'm sorry.
I want to make that clear.
He's talking about Chris McDonald right now. He's supposed to be telling us how he met Dawn. Now, like I said, we heard Candace say that Tim Mullens, and I'll say allegedly, had been to the hospital like twice. She didn't say what for, but the way it was said, and she said it to Benny, the way it was said made us all go, why was he in the hospital? Right? We all wanted to know. That's what it seemed like. Think Candace had enough going on without taking a female lover. How roomy-ish. I love that word. Sadly, no one will ever talk. They took the only financial gain for someone to before Summer's Amber Alert posters ink dried. What? Stein Eric, from my understanding, Tim does a lot of photographs for different organizations. And obviously he's into also making videos about, historical videos in different locations. I mean, he seems like he's pretty good at it, right? I don't know what you mean, act right. If reward system was still in play, it would up the chances. No, I don't think so, but that's just my opinion. Because you have to remember, okay, it was two of the individuals that what they did was they basically pledged a high dollar amount that they kept themselves. And if anyone ever comes out with relevant information that leads to finding Summer, these individuals will then hand that money over to the person who gives that information to find Summer or an arrest in her case. And I don't remember the guy's name, but I think he had pledged like 25,000 or something. There were two different people. A lot of us have said it too. Even for $5,000, $10,000, you would think that someone who really needed that money, whether they be in the throes of addictions or not, after all this time, my opinion, I would think that, anyone knowing anything would have already came forward. It makes it Yeah, David Dotson played the flute. Absolutely. So, yeah.
Here, himself, probably a neat guy. Probably the kind of guy I'd love to just, what's up, hang with. It was just the learning
No,
curve
it
was
didn't
painful.
act
I'm
right,
gonna just leave it
bitches.
at that.
No, it did not go to the rescue squad. You can go back and just go into the YouTube search bar and put, you can put Churchill Rescue, Summer Wells Reward Fund. It'll probably pop up for you. It went to the Children's Advocacy Center, is where it went to.
And some of the disagreements on how to use the internet and how it shouldn't be used, and then the damage it can cause people when it's just basically built on suspicion and talk. And
Here's another little text that he put up here. Let me show it to you guys. I don't want you to think I'm making this stuff up. And Candace just now replied. She said she's scared for her life. People threatening, and police won't intervene unless the threats become active. Like once someone tries to unalive them, then they will come after they are unalived, I guess. The sad thing about it, they absolutely were threatened. They were getting threats. They were getting individuals coming up to their house that they didn't know. But then again, we're all sitting back and going, okay, people coming up to your house you didn't know. Did you already know Jose, Candace? Right? I don't think that you can sit and say that you didn't even know of Andrew Hiltz before the Tennessee trip that him and a bunch of others took. Jose is left at your house. You don't know the guy, but he's having mental problems. So, and then we've heard, I mean, I guess I ain't got no receipts on this, but I tend to believe it just because I can. It's my opinion to agree with it or not. You and Don were both letting people in your home that maybe didn't have the best character, right? And in our world today, it is very sad that people can act a certain way publicly and be horrible monsters behind the scenes, if you know what I mean. Right? She could call 911 when Dawn and Jose were fighting, but not for other things. I know a lot of people have been talking about Candace and Dee Dee passing away and things like that. And, I knew Dee Dee had come. She'd been in my chat a few times before. It was always nice when Dee Dee would pop in for sure. And, then she passed away. Myself, I kind of felt like that people were kind of taken away from her passing and making it about Candace. I wasn't there. I don't know what happened, but I will always say, rest in peace, Dee Dee. Rest in peace, girl. For real. Well, and we all talk about Candace and her having the mentality of a 15-year-old. I mean, it makes it worse when you're a grown-ass woman and you want to act like you're fucking 12, right? Everything's funny. Everything's a big joke. You know, lies are told. Lie, lie, lie. I probably would have backed Candace a little more, and this is just my opinion, if she would have just been honest with everyone. Right? Now, I'm not going to sit and say she wasn't honest about Summer's favorite food or, you know, little things like that. Summer's favorite color or whatever. Don, he really couldn't say a lot about Summer except for she liked to twirl. She would twirl and twirl until my arm fell off. Hey, Jamie. Hey, the mouse. I got your picture. I'm going to show one here in a minute. So, they didn't tell us a lot about Summer. Then Jose tells us a little bit about Summer, and that was so appreciated, right? I agree, Poppy. I agree. People took care of her. Yeah, she did work as a carny. She absolutely did. For sure. Honesty's Candace's strength. So funny. I've got that right here. It's funny you say that. That is funny you say that, because guess what I already had pulled up? You are just going to flip your little lid there. You are not going to believe what I already had pulled up. Would you like to hear it? Oh my gosh. See? Jesus is with us. Here you go, Golden Grace. This is for you, darling. This is from a channel called LTL. I will pop that little link right in there for you guys. Please go check it out. Here we go. Oh, wait, I got it muted.
Summer, your daughter, when's her birthday?
Molly.
What is someone's birthday?
You don't know?
Yes, we don't know.
You're telling me that you and your wife Candace does not know when your daughter's birthday is? You just did. Don, you just asked Candace.
When's Summer's birthday?
Yeah, when is Summer's birthday? When was she born?
Yeah, when is her birthday?
You tell me, she's your daughter.
I don't even know my own birthday.
That's the problem.
And this is what upset me about that whole situation. I mean, obviously, him and Candace were intoxicated. So, you know, not remembering Summer's birthday, you know, I don't know. I had my own way of thinking about it or whatever. What got me was the fact that Dawn's birthday, there was balloons. There was little writings for Dawn. They made a big deal out of Dawn's birthday. A big deal out of Dawn's birthday. Okay, May May. I will, when Melody Buzzard goes to court, we will talk about Melody again. For sure. So they couldn't remember the birthday, right?
Why is that a problem?
That you don't know your own birthday? That you love your daughter so much that you're willing to go on TV and do this and TBI, I'd give my life for her, and you don't know when your own birthday of your own missing.
Stein, Anja can come. I don't mind Anja being in here. But can you let them know that you just can't come into my chat using curse words and stuff like that? That ain't cool. That is not cool for anybody to do that. For sure.
Child is? Come on.
Oh, man, you're being too analytical now.
Oh, analytical? No, I'm saying.
Come back
what
anytime.
Everyone is thinking. Don, you need to get your shit together.
Yeah.
Hell no, what? You don't know when, and neither does Candace. That speaks volumes.
Oh, hell no.
Hell no, what?
Oh, fucking hell.
Fuck me, fuck you. No. I know. When is your daughter's birthday? You're telling me that your wife and you don't know when your kid's birthday is? No, not fuck me.
Whatever.
No, it's not whatever. You're gonna lose them.
Now, this is what got me. I wasn't even going to play this. But it's weird, Grace, that you mentioned it and I had it pulled up already, right? Oh, yeah, he shows us all the time. But the other individual on Molly's panel was telling Molly, oh, you're going to use them, right? You're going to lose them. Okay, Stein Eric. Just please don't cuss in chat. You throated me in the punch incident. Yes, absolutely. When he hit, yeah. You throated me in the punch. I agree, Marie. I agree. I think it's just the pure fact that, yeah, thank you, Flies. My point. Weird.
You can call me a bitch all day. That's great. That's fine. But think about what you just said to me right now. Think about that. You don't even know what your only daughter, and you don't know when her birthday is. And
yeah, I do cuss, Brenda. I do. But YouTube doesn't like people cussing in chat. And this time, I've been trying to behave myself. But no. I have only said GD like one time. Maybe twice. When I was very, very angry. Very angry. And there's a difference. Okay? So, anything else you want to say about it before I move on? I'm waiting. Anybody else want to come into chat and say something about somebody coming into my chat that had never been in my chat before and trying to start a fight with me by cussing? Actually, I didn't even know the girl cussed. I was told by my mod that the girl was in my chat cussing. Anybody else got anything else to say? Because that's important, I guess. That is important, Brenda. After I already said at the beginning of the live, hey, please watch your verbiage in chat. Anything else? Yeah, she was talking about another creator too, right? Thank you, Poppy. So, Brenda, come on and make a big deal out of it. You want the link? I'll give you the link. Come on up, girl. Come on. Obviously, you got something to say. I'm right here. Come say it. But I didn't say you cussed, Brenda. I never said you cussed. I didn't say anything about you, Brenda. Actually, I would have said hi to you when you came into chat. But you came into chat to do what? Say something about me cussing? Because that's important, right? Out of this whole topic of conversation, that's what's important is Remain Calm said, please watch your verbiage in my chat. Out of 2-hour conversation, you come in and that's what you took from this whole conversation. Well, that's fine, Brenda. I'm glad. I am so glad that you don't cuss. Thank you for that. That is really cool, Brenda. I'm glad you don't. I am glad you don't. I wish I didn't. I do. I just can't help it. Thank you, Jamie. May always cusses. Blame it on May. It's May's fault. But no. Let me tell y'all something. No, I ain't going to because it'd be mean. I love my subs and my members. I really do. And I appreciate anybody who has ever donated to my channel, donated to me, helped me out when I needed it. I've had the worst fucking last 2 years of my life. But guess what? I pay my own shit. No, that's good, Brenda. I'm glad. I'm glad, Brenda. I have grandkids too, but they don't live with me. And my channel is for 18 plus, so they don't listen to Nana. They don't. For real. And I love my grandkids. My granddaughter just had a birthday yesterday. 13 years old. 13. And my son-in-law's birthday's today. I don't know how old he is. All I know is he's my son-in-law. That's all I know. I don't know anything else. For sure. There's a lot of us who have grandkids. For sure. Okay. Now, let's get back to Timmy Mullens. And I am going to, Yeah, Brenda, I'm glad you're here, Brenda. I know you probably think Remain Calm's giving you a hard time, but I'm really glad that you're still on this earth, okay? I really am. For sure. Stein Eric, I thought you left. Welcome back. Marie, I had him. I do too. I do too. Okay, so all right, let's get back to this. Boy, that conversation went sideways, didn't it? You have 9? I love you, Jackie. I do. It is always so good to see you. Yeah, if I can, I'm going to pull up and throw some memberships out here in a couple minutes.
I saw this or this happened, and we understand all that. Most of us learned that in first grade, about don't gossip, don't tell a story. Matter of fact, in first grade, my first grade teacher had to sit in a little circle, and she told a secret to one, and they told it to the next one. She said, okay, just pass it around. And when it got back to the end person, they told the secret, and it was nothing like what the teacher had
Yeah, it's called telephone.
told the first one. Hey, bud, how you doing? So
right,
I mean, that's just what happens, and it just magnifies on YouTube.
It does. You're right, Tim.
So just make that clear right there. There is no war between Tim and the gentleman there who we discussed
Chris
in the previous
McDonough.
video.
He's talking about Chris McDonough.
Oh, that's what I was saying. For the dog walked by and the frogs croaked.
I didn't tell you to do that, Brenda. Don't come into my chat and say that I ever told anybody to fuck off, Brenda. For real. So, is there anything else you want to say? Because obviously, you came in chat with a problem with me before you even came into chat. Okay? If you don't like me, leave. Leave. I'm not playing this today. I'm not. So, if you don't like me, then fucking leave. I'm not going to be nice any fucking more. And I'll say fuck all I want to. Thank you, Jackie. Jackie just gifted 20 memberships, you guys. Well, I'm glad you're blessed. Okay, wait a minute. Let's stop talking about this. Let's stop talking about Tim Mullens and Summer Wells. We won't talk about Allie. Let's talk about Brenda. I'm done. Nobody in my chat told you to fuck off. Did somebody in chat tell Brenda to fuck off? If anybody did that, please don't do that. Please don't. No, I don't like people attacking other people over here. May, apologize. As a joke? Well, Brenda didn't take it as a joke. Brenda, I apologize for May. May, please don't do that. Please don't do that, May. You know I love you, May, but please don't say that kind of stuff to people, okay? And I apologize, Brenda, because I was only seeing what you were putting, and I am very happy that you are still on this earth. May said she's sorry, she was joking, okay? Doubtful, but if so, it was probably me. What, act right? Yes, they are. All right. Thank you, Wee. All right. Go if you guys want to do that stuff, I'm sure there's a channel you can go to where you can do that. I'm getting back on track. Y'all do whatever you're going to do. Okay? I just spent 2 hours trying to have good conversation, and if the conversation that I am having right now is not what you want to listen to, then please escort yourself out. Outdoorsy Life. May May. Oh, I don't know what to do with you, May. All right. May's mad. Now she's leaving. I love you, May. I have a drama channel going tonight. All right, Brenda. Well, I apologize, but we're going to move on because I really want to get through this. The good, the bad, and the ugly. For sure, Jackie. Thank you. Thank you for the memberships. That's so cool. I know she doesn't need to leave. May doesn't need to leave. But for sure. I can't see everybody in chat the whole time. Hey, Mr. A. But then again, you know how it goes. It's Mr. A's fault. Mr. A, it's all your fault, dang it.
They're supposed to be suspicious. It's like, I guess the best example is a real pastor. A real pastor in a church is a shepherd, and they just have a built-in suspicion because they have to protect. Well, an investigator, and I've got law enforcement.
I don't want May to leave either.
An investigator has to. I mean, they have to watch and check everything. So, I mean, somebody sent me the clip or something a long time ago when I was brought up, and I believe this gentleman said, "Let me see his shoe size."
That's weird. Let me see your shoe size. But, do you guys remember when Tim Mullens had put out the tap dancing stuff, right? Thank you, Act Right. When Tim Mullens put out that tap stuff, and he was like that pedos and traffickers, and yes, he did, Danny. And I think he meant to say, what was it, Deliverance? Was that the movie Deliverance? Yeah, the link is in the description, Karen. The link is in the description. You're fine, Brenda. The links to what I'm talking about today is in my description. Yeah, he would write weird posts and all kinds of stuff. For sure.
It's kind of a cool phrase. Let me see where he's been. Let me see where he's walked.
I can show you.
Unfortunately, I was much more boring than I think he thought I was.
It's Tim Mullen
Standard
Media.
Basic guy, just helping out. It's very simple.
I know, Outdoorsy Life.
Somebody to help them. That's why they have court-appointed attorneys. The court-appointed attorney is not his job to sit there and dissect the one he was appointed to, the yays and the nays and all. He's to do his job. So.
Okay, so why is he talking about court-appointed attorneys? Hey, Stephanie, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you for a while. Okay. We all know what a court-appointed attorney is, right? You curse my phone now, it won't let me cousin abbreviations. Well, girl, we're trying not to cuss today. I wasn't going to try to cuss today, and I ended up cussing Probably more than I have in the last month. I'm just saying. Okay, so he's talking about court-appointed attorneys. Now, we've heard Candace talk about attorneys, right? My attorney said not to let Ernie Shell come on the property to do a search, right? That's what she said. From my understanding, and I could be wrong, the attorneys that Dawn and Candace had were actually attorneys that were given to them due to the juvenile courts. All of the boys should have had their own attorneys. 3 boys, 3 attorneys. Now, did the judge in the juvenile court state that Dawn and Candace be given pro bono attorneys also in that case, in that situation? Possibly. I don't know. Now, we do know that Lawson ain't as ding ding as what everybody thinks, because the minute he came on the news and said that Dawn and Candace had lawyered up, they would not talk because they had lawyers. What did that do? What did that do? If they was charged, they was entitled to, yeah. I'll tell you where I get a little frustrated is because, you know, a lot of different people talk to Candace, befriend Candace, and not all of them. So I'm not picking on anybody particular. This is what I've seen. They befriend her and they know things, okay? They know things that, you know, YouTube creators may not know or whatever. Some people do know, but they just don't say anything. And they don't come out and say things until they get mad at her. Then when they get mad at Candace, they want to come out and say things that they know, right? I know this about Candace. I know that about Candace. Candace said this. Candace said that. But why don't y'all tell us before then? I don't understand that. If what she is saying to you people behind the scenes that you feel you can come out on social media and say it, freaking just tell us. But now, if she's saying things that you feel need to go to the TBI or whoever, then my recommendation is keep that close to the vest. Keep it close to the vest. If law enforcement needs to know it, it could hurt what you're saying to them. If they turn around and listen to a YouTuber telling all of their subs and members and anybody who will listen what information they have that they think is important. Because I would think that law enforcement especially would not take a piece of information as serious as they possibly should, because they're hearing them tell everybody, for sure. Yes, people only knows what Candace tells them. And we're not talking about a child that's been missing for a couple weeks, right? We're talking about a little girl. We're going on June 15th will be, what, 5 years? 5 years? Do I need to get my calculator out? 5 years? Well, Jamie, let me say this about the roof, okay? When they talked about the kids being on the roof, I personally, I didn't feel like that was a big deal. I was on my grandpa's shed on his roof when I was like 5 or 6 years old. And I had knelt down and stuck a nail right below my kneecap. Right below my kneecap, I had a nail go right through there. And it hurt very badly. But I was on the shed. I was on the roof of the shed. Climbed the tree, got on the roof. So I don't think anybody thought back then. Well, I'm an old lady, so I was climbing hanging tobacco as a little girl. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I don't know how to describe this, but tell me if you guys understand what I'm saying. When I learned about 110, some of the things that they did, Summer loved the song Godzilla, just little things like that just made me think that they were kind of stuck in this time warp, right? Where things were kind of old school. Does that make sense? Oh, that's so cool, Brenda. Right? It just kind of made me kind of go back, the song Godzilla and, some of the things that they were, things that they would do and say and different things like that, which people, this is very true, and I'm not real sure how to word this, but they say that individuals with addictions, say a person starts doing substances when they're 14 years old. They do substances for years. They say that as there's a certain part of their mind that is like stuck at that age. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
In some way, that's all I've been doing. I was just kind of like a family asked appointed media guy.
A family ask media guy. So the family asked you, Tim, to be their media manager, yet you said that you had started your mediating before you even met Don and Candace? Am I getting this all wrong? He is full of it.
to work with news
She'll
agencies
be
and
10. Can you believe that?
stuff like Dr. Phil. And,
That's so
there's
sad.
some we said no to. This is showbiz. This whole thing is showbiz for the industry, not for Summer. Summer, Moon, Utah Wells. You notice I'm not bringing that up too much because it's too tender. I can't just throw her name up and out
That's
when
what
I'm
she
talking
said,
about this more
Danny.
generic stuff that happened, because I've gone months and months and months, lack of sleep, a knot in the stomach. You feel sick. Some days you just don't have it. Some days you feel so down. I mean, when you're that close to the situation, it's not a game. You can't make it a game and entertainment. So
Wait. I don't think anybody was making it a game. Not my people, not over here at my camp. It's never been a game. But don't, Tim, act like that you ain't played a little game with them people. From my understanding, don't know if it's true, you control who they talk to. You and Dawn are the bestest of friends. You are not going to tell me that you haven't been at their home when they have been doing things that they shouldn't have been doing. You have, I'm sure, been on many phone calls or in the background when they've been highly whacked out. You knew exactly what they were doing. I don't understand how you could, sir, act like everyone who's covered Summer's case or talked about this baby girl acted like that nobody is worthy of it but you, right? Right?
to those of us that are very close to it, that stuff naturally comes across pretty vile because we can't do that. We can't go that route and talk about, we can't do it. It's too close. So you don't hear me at this point mentioning the Summer. Yeah, I'll say the little girl because I have to kind of keep it generic because it's too intimate into the emotions.
This is weird. He doesn't want to say her name. It's too intimate to the emotions. What? I mean, don't get me wrong. Okay, get me wrong. Why would saying Summer's name when you're describing meeting mommy and daddy am I listening to what he said and thinking this the wrong way? Exactly, Poppy. He didn't know Summer. He could be, Jackie. He could be. That does sound bad. Okay. You guys heard it. Y'all heard it, okay? So y'all can take that however you need to. Yeah, what media manager can't even say the child's name because of emotional? I don't know. You know, remain calm. I always hear things a little different than everybody else. Yeah, if you are a missing child's media manager, family's public relation guy, you are going to talk about that child all the time. Keep her name out there. Why didn't he ever go on anybody's panel and have a legitimate conversation about Summer Moon Utah Wells missing? Why not? I really don't think, well, I can't say that. I mean, if I ever talk to him, I'm not going to attack him, right? I mean, I wouldn't attack him. But I mean, I don't freaking know.
And when you've seen the parents, and you've seen the
Yes, paid for
yes,
interference.
the tears, the anguish, the desperation, when they think there's possibly somebody that may have her, they go wide open, all engines, and then the downer when it's not there. People don't do that if they know their little girl is dead. They do not do that.
Thank you, Flies.
If they know, oh, this happened. No, they want that little girl. So maybe we'll get into that sometime. But I want to just kind of say that though. They will not show the great tears and emotions that the YouTubers have been programmed to think is important. And you have somebody brought it, whoever they were, and they programmed that cliche. I haven't seen emotions. It's a cliche. The emotions never leave them 24/7, every day, every week, every month. So it's hard for me to say her name. Just watching the video today that Candace put up.
Brenda, I think you're behind in chat. Okay. This is the video that Candace put out with them all in the canoe. I'm not going to play the music because I am not getting stuck on that. What a beautiful girl she is. Summer is so beautiful. She really is. Beautiful, beautiful child. For sure. I'm sure he's still playing music.
Probably not sweet.
Yeah. See, why are you doing that, Tim? You're playing music, showing pictures, and talking at the same time. Why would you do that? No, I appreciate the pictures. You know, one thing that always bothered me too was when Dawn Wells said that what he was afraid of is because Summer didn't get to know Jesus, right? That's what he said. I don't think God expects for a child to know God deeply, right?
Trying to help. Very simple.
Oh, he's playing this freaking music.
And that's probably playing it too simple. Because I know.
He's trying to help.
Investigate.
Oh, that's wrong. That is wrong, Tim, that you did that.
But this one.
So what he's doing is, right? What he's doing, he's showing the pictures, which is great, but he's talking through the music. Now, I don't know if it's not copyright free music. I don't have a freaking clue. So even the closed captions are not picking up what he's saying. Aren't you just special? Okay.
In the sun. It goes that way all the way, maybe another mile. And that's where it starts. The furthest eastern point. It's gorgeous. It really is pretty down to a great big history.
Excuse me, but Benny even named the dollar amount that Tim paid him. So why go back on saying that? And yes, Tim did live with his parents, and we knew that because JLR and Betty and them went to that house. Hey, Josie, went to that house. Hence my title, Why All the Lies? Why all the lies? Right? Why the non-truths? Why come out and say that somebody paid you money to run interference on another YouTuber and then later come out and say, no, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. There's where I have a problem. Right? Right? Hey, Jean. Very nice house. Yeah, with a Toyota truck in the yard. Right? Okay, you guys. I'm going to grab a cup of coffee. Please just watch your verbiage and chat. That's all I ask. So I heard him say it too, I heard him say it too. But if he wants to deny it now, that's sad to me. That is sad to me. Why would you put something like that out there and push a certain narrative and then come back and say, that's not true? That is not true. And I'm not one to make shit up. All right, I'm going to grab me a cup of coffee. Hold on. Okay. This is the thing. You know, it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't really have anything to do with Summer going missing, in my opinion. But I don't know about anybody else. But when someone says or does something and I physically hear it and see it with my own eyes, and then they want to go back and be like, oh, I didn't say that. I'm sorry, but it makes everything else they say questionable. Makes it all questionable. But I like Benny. I always have liked Benny. I mean, does it make any difference in Summer's case? No. But I would think that if it was the truth, that, you know, we're talking about Tim Mullens. We're talking about Tim Mullens. Yeah. Yeah, it says a lot of different things. If there was money exchanged to run interference with another YouTuber. Now, does it mean it has anything to do with Summer? No. No. Well, I mean, I don't have anything against Benny. I really don't. I think he's funny. I think he's very good at what he does. I mean, he really is. I've never not disliked Benny. I don't know Benny. I really don't. I've never had a conversation with Benny. The only time I've even spoke to him, I was on Shares and I asked him if he would have a conversation with me. He said yes. I knew that he wasn't going to have a conversation with me. There's not one YouTuber except for Curse with Curiosity. Lisa K's been on my channel before. I can't really say, I mean, I've not had conversations with really anybody in that Summer Wells circle. Because a lot of it I don't care about. I don't care who's bickering back and forth. I don't care how people are making their money. I don't care. I want to try to find factual information on this little girl missing. Why do people try to change the narrative? Why do people, there many times, an individual creator who's talking about Summer Wells, you better be guaranteed somebody before the end of that live is going to come into that chat and they're going to change the whole subject. The whole subject. Right? It happens all the time. You guys seen it happen here earlier. I mean, for real. It could have been just, it was Ernie. They wanted Ernie nowhere around there. At all. He did want Summer found. Nobody will ever tell me different, Grace. Yeah, it just happened today. And I think that he did care about Summer. Summer and Candace to an extent. But we're not going to make this about Benny Keys. Benny's going to say whatever Benny's going to say. I mean, that's up to individual people. Watch him if you want to. I don't care. Don't make me no never mind. At all. But no, we're not going to make this about Benny.
Historical farm. So you're not going to have very beautiful scenes right now. I think I hit pause. Find a little better spot.
Oh, that's cool, Stein Eric.
Please stand by. 3, 2, 1. Uh-huh. Before this trail was here, this was my stomping ground. Used to run these cliffs. You had the big creek down here. This was Big Farm. Somewhere right over in here on the other side of the creek, I think it was all cattle. We were over there.
He used to run. Okay, wait a minute. He would hang out on the cliffs. Now, what's interesting, if you go back and you look at, is it the Find Summer Wells? When Tim and Dawn are videotaping, you know, they did video of Tim was down by the creek at the bottom of 110. They were kind of looking through the leaves for different things. Tim states that he's having trouble going basically down the hill, right? But there were leaves and stuff. So that's going to make it even slicker for someone who's trying to go down, you know, go down the mountain, right? For sure. Thank you, Mr. A. My Moroccan sniper. My little Moroccan sniper.
And they decided that we were a good target, and that whole herd came charging. Dive over that barbed wire fence. Somehow they've been scattered because this was out in the country, but turkeys, big turkeys, coyotes.
I'm trying to go through this a little bit quicker. I've been on here almost 3 hours.
We had the little prayer vigil, then pictures and things for the website. A lot of back and forth. OKs from Candace.
Okay, wait. He's talking about the prayer vigil where he allegedly met Dawn, that he didn't know it was Dawn.
Pictures and things for the website.
Thank you, Flies. I agree. Because that's the only reason he came back in here.
Right. A lot of back and forth. OKs from Candace or from Dawn mostly, but either one of them actually. Sometimes
Very
it was Dawn, sometimes it was
disappointed.
Candace. Robin was still the go-between. I hadn't spoken to them yet. The next prayer vigil was coming up, and I might have sent Don a message on it was his Facebook.
Okay, so it's fine, Stein Eric. Here, I'll take care of that. Hold on. Thank you. Thank you very much. I am about over that shit. Last person I thought would have done something like that comes in, disrupts everything, leaves, comes back to pimp himself out. Not surprising, though. Not freaking surprising.
Just a private message. Didn't hear back or anything. But once again, they didn't know me from anybody. About the only person they probably trusted at this point was Robin. And so
basically, I thought this all along. Tim was going through Robin the whole time. Tim was going through Robin to get to Candace. And then he talked about, okay, Poppy, thank you, darling. I appreciate you, Poppy. So Tim had been going through Robin the whole time. Don't forget, he's seen Robin in the parade.
Search, I think, also came in. And they were so
There
burnt out by
is
that time. I
Linda,
remember
a whole lot.
Candace, it just hardly even phased her that they were there. And then afterwards, she realized she hadn't even thanked them. And so she did. She made sure that they got a thank you. I believe we even posted that on the website, if I recall. I'll look.
Yeah,
And,
thank you, EquiSearch,
Wax
which is really good.
geese. This part they've left natural. So yes, EquiSearch was in there at that time frame. And then the second prayer vigil came. That was on a Tuesday, and if I recall,
Here we go. Maybe he'll
Robin
finally tell us.
was leaving on vacation on that Wednesday with her family. She was going to take a break from everything. I do remember that. Her husband was really helping her there, and it's like, shut it all down. No Facebook, no news media, no YouTube. Just
If I remember correctly, Robin, it was frowned upon. Let me tell you, a lot of people weren't happy when Robin got a hold of Cher behind the scenes, asking Cher something like, can you get some people to donate to getting Candace's teeth pulled? It might only, if so many people gave this much. But then she was like, but could you not tell anybody? And Cher got a little angry about it. I couldn't blame her. Cher had a couple of conversations with Robin. They're over there on her channel. You guys can check them out. I just never, I'm going to tell you when my mind changed about Robin. And I know a lot of people don't like Reverend Donna Serafina. Really don't care if you like her or not. People know over here on this channel, I really don't care who people like or don't like. Okay. Robin Lane had set an appointment up with Reverend Donna Serafina. Instead of just not following through with the meeting, the phone call, appointment, whatever, instead of just leaving it alone or calling and canceling it, Robin gets a woman from church that knows more about the SDA preachings than she says she does. They film themselves in a car, basically saying that, psychics are the devil, basically, right? Which was uncalled for. It was uncalled for. Also, y'all have to remember when, Robin stated that if she did interviews, that she would want and need for the pastor of the SDA church to be there with her, so that way he could explain the preachings of the SDA church, because she didn't quite understand all of it. Right? For sure. Now, did Robin Lane take a big hit from people going after her, saying all kinds of things? They attacked the church. I talked about Molly Golightly and her going in the church and videotaping, and I believe that was Robin's daughter that she videotaped. Right?
The beach with the family. Very healthy. Came in a good time.
Yep, she went on vacay. She went to
So
the
I
beach.
went to the second prayer vigil.
But then again, you got to remember, Don's sister took off to Paris. Now, allegedly, Don's sister, her husband, had a title that began with an R and ended with an O, right? But Don's sister went to Paris. I don't know if I'd want to go to Paris. Maybe. I don't know. I'm too poor to go to Paris. Yeah, she said she didn't understand. Yeah, that she wanted the pastor there with her. For sure.
Once again, I was promoting 2 or 3 reasons always. One was promoting the vigil on the news site. I make that clear too. People don't understand, why does he take pictures? I'm taking pictures because I do a news site.
He does a news site.
Media, only Kingsport news of every kind, every event, everything. And so that's, I'm always taking pictures. I'm always at events. And so that's what I mean by the news site. You can go to kingsport.me, ME for media.
And the thing about it is, I think Tim Mullens does a very good job at what he does. I really do.
Or find it on Facebook, or Instagram, or Twitter, or not at all if you're not interested in Kingsport. So, hope that clarified that. So, maybe get pictures. Maybe possibly meet Don if he was there.
Here we go.
I really wanted to let him know I'm that guy.
He says that he didn't meet Don Wells until August 3rd of 2021 at the second prayer vigil.
That you have never met that's doing the site for you, that you're sending things to. You know.
Me too. I mean, that's the way I see it, boys.
And then naturally the third was the praying. The key component of all this are those that have been praying. Because one thing about it, God knows exactly what happened. And he's very he doesn't get confused. And he has reason and order. And when he has people that believe him that way, then he can do things. People that don't believe that way, it stagnates him. The people that know that God is real and that Jesus Christ loves to do this. It's what God loves.
God loves to help in his own time and planning, is what he's saying right here. Now, the conversation that he had with Benny, I do have it transcribed. He stated, this threw me off, because he stated something along the lines, and I've got it. It's not in front of me because I got to re-pull my notes back up. Let it play out. Just let it play out. He also said he had breakfast with Don back in the day. Hey, Lisa Kleckner. But I guess, as far, look, a lot of times, what people say that, Don and Candace said, or Tim Mullens said this, or, Tim Mullens, tried to make sure there was interference with, especially Ernie Shell going up there or whatever. All of that, to me has nothing to do with summer. But when you put out a narrative, my thing is, why make people look at other people that have inserted themselves in Summer's case? How can you throw out something that's going to make people look at an individual, side-eye an individual, start questioning these people, start questioning this individual, and then take back what you said? I don't think it makes the individual themselves look bad. I don't know. This is the shit that's been going on since the beginning. Since the beginning. But I've always looked at stuff like that and really had to ask myself, does this have anything to do with Summer going missing? And with Tim Mullens and the things that were being said and put out about him, makes me side-eye Tim Mullens. I've always said this. I don't know if Tim Mullens has anything to do with Summer. I don't. But I know there's many cases that I have researched where individuals will insert themselves, get close to the family, and all along they were, you know, I've side-eyed Tim Mullens since freaking day one. Day one. And this is, I think, the first time I've ever really even started talking about him. I mean, I've mentioned him here and there before, but...
That's what he loves to do. But we're the impatient ones, but he's very patient. And so this group of people was another unique piece to me, that they were gathering to do this. I mean, that was pretty amazing. And hardly anybody there knew her at all. It wasn't like the church people. It was people from all different places that were coming in with a heart,
here we go,
a desire to pray and help. There's really no greater help. It takes the prayers for the other people with the other skills, like the police, to open the doors, open the cracks, let them observe that, in the timing of how these things work out. But that's a whole different thing, because faith isn't logical. It's so easy to say, well, if God knows, why don't he just tell? That's a whole different thing. God is a trillion zillion miles past even how our little brains can think. And I didn't realize I'd just taken a picture of Don. He was in.
Here we go. See, that's the thing about Tim's stuff. You've got to go through 5 hours of stuff to listen to what he says. So here he's saying, he's talking about Don.
Picture of Don. He was in the picture I took.
He took a picture.
And so I joined and kind of did the same thing that at the other vigil I stood, but then it was just like, you know, he was standing there just by himself. You know, I thought, I mean, okay, maybe I have too much compassion, but I went over and stood beside him. Shouldn't have to stand all by himself. But I stood by him, and once again, I didn't know the atmosphere that would come from Don. When it's two dudes, you're a little more distance. Us guys, we don't tend to be as, our space is sometimes quite a bit bigger. So I was being respectful of that. And
Hey, Sage.
so neat having this green belt. And
yes, he's creepy, but can we actually, you can't say somebody's guilty because they're creepy. I mean, you can, but
it was like Candace. There was not evil around him. He was just who he was. He was a man, shattered, you could tell. There, but uncomfortable to be there. I could tell he was, this wasn't really the things that he was as comfortable with. But he was trying.
I want to thank you all. And
you don't think he's creepy? That is so nice of you, Stephanie. That is so nice of you to not think he's creepy. Tim, Stephanie doesn't think you're creepy. That's sweet of you, Stephanie. I've never heard anybody say that they didn't think he was creepy. I love that, actually.
I just pray, I hope you all keep us in our prayers because I'm really under attack right now. Big.
Okay, I'm going to show you guys this. Here's Don at the vigil, standing on his own, by himself. I don't know who the fuck that is. I don't have a clue who that lady is. We'll find out.
Things that he was as comfortable with, but he was trying.
I want to thank you all, and I just pray, I hope you all keep us in our prayers because I'm really under attack right now, big time. Satan, I mean, I feel like Satan took my baby. I feel like I was getting close. Satan owned me years ago, and since I've turned my heart to God and been trying to change my life, it's like Satan's had me under attack.
Amen.
So many ways. Now, I believe he's got my baby. And of course, he's responsible for all evilness. So, of course, it's him. And I feel totally lost without my daughter. She loved me unconditionally. She loved me more than nobody has loved me like my daughter has, except for God himself. And so I'm really lost. And now all these people are attacking, and I don't understand that. In our deepest, darkest moment, everybody, not everybody, but people are attacking us.
And I do think that's sad. I don't care. I think it's very sad. It's I mean, I think a lot of us are like, if they wouldn't have came out on social media and doing substances, talking crazy, acting crazy, saying some of the things they were saying, I truly believe that we would have seen Don and Candace differently. I don't think they would have been per se attacked so much or whatever, right? I think with me also, it made me question why if these people are doing these substances, they obviously are around individuals that also do substances. They're around people who deal substances. We know that there was manufacturing going on in the area. And seeing them so wasted all the time on social media, if they're in that condition, what could have happened at 110 Ben Hill Road with parents who were wasted like that? Who could have come up there on that hill? We don't know. We don't know. Yes, him saying that he'd see her in the resurrection from the beginning. From the beginning. Well, I mean, you guys, we are all a little bit creepy. I'm creepy. I'm low level creepy. I think we can all be a little creepy sometimes, right?
It's real tough. So just I thank you for your prayers and everything, and I just pray that God will bring Summer back, because that would answer a lot of questions. That would help us. So, I mean, I feel like I'm on the edge of ruin right now because of the things people are saying. But anyways, I don't know. But thank you.
And the thing, okay, there he is. Right there's Tim. Right there's Tim. Yeah, I mean, he's the one. He's the one that sought them out. He says he didn't know Robin, that he just knew her from the bread breaking or baking. I'm sorry, baking. Right? He admittedly was contacting Robin knowing that they went to her church, knowing she knew Candace because he's seen them in the parade together, right? He's seen them in the parade together. He is the one. Very quickly, knowing somewhere he had to have known that Robin had a Robin was an asset for Robin was an asset to him concerning the wells, right? The parade was later, though. The timeline doesn't match. So now from what I remember, he was coming out. his main thing was Amber Alert families. And he felt that Amber Alert families should be, laws should be put in place to, I guess, protect Amber Alert families. And, but with him being a media manager, a PR guy, why didn't he? What was he saying to Dawn and Candace when they were messed up all the time? What was he saying to them when they were going on? I mean, look, at least with Tony Mathis, he went on panel with Seth. He would go on that panel with Seth. Tim has never been on a YouTube channel except his own. He's never tried to come on anybody's channel and nothing. Now, does he have to? Absolutely not, right? I've always had a question on why Dawn and Candace did not use law enforcement to help them with victims advocacy or anything else to help them with Summer being gone or missing. I can't sit here and say that Dawn Wells did not try to keep in contact with law enforcement because I don't know. I don't know that for a fact. It's just that things that he has said and things that Candace has said, it was really weird when Grandma did her interview too, because she was like, hey, they know where I'm at if they want to talk to me. Let me tell you something. I'm a grandma of 2 girls. One just turned 13. The other one is 6. And I wouldn't care what mom and dad were doing. I would be calling every 15 minutes. I'll never forget, Lisa. Tell me if anybody remembers this. The alleged advocates, there was like 3 or 4 of them. They put out an audio on YouTube where they were discussing speaking to Dawn Wells. They were talking about Dawn and Candace and how they had to get with Dawn by a certain time or he would be wasted and they wouldn't be able to talk to him, right? Well, the thing about Dawn, and I think we've all seen this over all these years, Dawn speaks of himself. He speaks of his own feelings. He has came out and said that he does not believe that Candace is lying. He has said that. Now, in this conversation I have that Benny had with Tim Mullens, actually, I'll pull that up real quick. Let me see what I can share on this. What was I going to tell you guys? Now, this phone call was March 21st, 2022. Benny was talking to Tim about the phone, saying that Candace or Tim really needed to turn the phone in, do the right thing, turn that phone in. He pretty much told Tim that he absolutely, that Tim could get in trouble for downloading Dawn's phone, right? In it, Benny talks about the hippie house and, you know, saying that he had Cam and Allie go there, ask questions or whatever. He says 4 other eyes that definitely saw the girl at the hippie house. Month 3, when Cam and Allie went into the hippie house, the first question Benny told them to ask her, the woman working the day Summer disappeared, was Candace and Summer there that day? That Candace said they were, and the response was yes. Now, I'm going to say this right now. I don't know. This is just what I transcribed this conversation. I am not going to sit here and say that's what's being said in this conversation is factual or not. But I tend to believe most people when they say something. I tend to believe it. So that tells me that she was seen at the hippie house. Okay. And what we got to remember too, you guys, what we have to remember too is the gas station that Candace allegedly went to. And I have to say, allegedly, I've had many, many people tell me that it's factual. Candace admitted to it. You know, they know the gas station. They've talked to the clerk. So the thing about it is, it doesn't mean that the people who are giving this information and asking and being asked questions concerning that day are being 100% truthful. What happens when people get frustrated that they're being bothered all the freaking time by people, right? You never know how that's going to mess with the with the answer to the question. But where was she going to look, Linda? Where was she going to look? Now, hippie house, she allegedly was seen. She was allegedly seen at the what was the place where they got the drinks? The thing that interests me about this lady at the hippie house saying that Candace was there that day, she was seen there that day, and that they were on camera, he states that this woman from the hippie house said that law enforcement did not even come and take the video, right? They said, yes, they were on camera. The second question was, did the police come and retrieve the footage from Candace being there with Summer? Him stating the last time Summer would have been seen on camera, having been in the store, would have been the most accurate picture of what Summer looked like. And the woman said law enforcement never came to retrieve the forensic data. The third question was, Did she call law enforcement to let them know about the footage? The woman from the hippie house said yes, multiple times. Multiple times. Now, like I said, this is just a conversation between Tim and Benny. For sure. And there's more to that. But I've been on here 3.5 hours, you guys. I am just really tired. We're going to do a part 2. We'll definitely do a part 2.
Just ignore it. That's what I had to do.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to obey God.
Crazy
so-
lady.
But
Um,
even though people are coming against you,
Yeah.
the bad things are being said about you, you don't have to worry about any of that
Right.
because you know the truth. God
Right.
knows the truth.
right.
You on the day of judgment when you stand before Jesus.
Yeah.
None of these people that are saying whatever they're saying are going to be standing there holding your hand saying, "No, it wasn't him, it was me."
Right.
It's not going to happen like
Right.
that. So don't. And I know it's easier said than done
Right.
because it hurts.
Yeah. It is.
But
Right.
just remember,
Yeah.
the only one that you need to please is Jesus.
Amen.
The answer to is
That's
Jesus.
true.
understand that.
And
It's hard to see that or
Easier,
not.
it's
Mhm.
easier said
Right,
than done.
absolutely.
Because the closer you get to God, the more the devil's going to try to attack you.
I appreciate that. I do.
But I
Thank
just
you.
have to wait and just tell you, just keep the faith,
Yeah.
keep praying, keep going forward.
Stay on track.
Yeah,
Straight and narrow path.
every time something
Yeah.
upsets you,
Yeah.
Thank you,
whether it has to
Queen.
do
I
with someone or
appreciate
anything
that,
in your
honey.
life, hold on a minute. I belong to God, and just
Yeah.
say, Lord, help me. That will get behind me.
Yeah, it's become everything Muslim. But anyway, I thought your sign language was a beautiful
Oh,
thing.
praise the Lord. Thank you.
Oh,
Praise the
that was
Lord. There was a message in that. And
Yeah.
I hope everybody receives the message in that.
Yeah.
But definitely keep going forward, keep moving forward. Try not to let what other people say, regardless of what it is, get to you because it's the enemy doing
I
this.
know.
And the closer you get to God, the more the enemy's going to try to come against you. But when
And it was sad because people encouraged Dawn and Candace to act a certain way. If a creator could get Dawn on there and him being messed up, Dawn would say the craziest shit. And it didn't make anybody look bad but Dawn. And I always found that to be very sad. Very sad. I never understood why. And that's like Candace too. You know, Candace would come on there on platforms or whatever and just be messed up and saying the craziest stuff. And I always thought in my head, these creators are telling you that they're your friends. They're your friends. But yet, instead of saying, you got to go, come back a different time, you're in no condition to be here right now. And nobody needs to get me wrong. I am not talking about some creators, okay? So nobody needs to run and say RC said this or whatever. I say what I say. I don't go back on what I say. I give my opinion. This is how I felt. I'll give an example. The night that Don was arrested for that DUI, he was on panel. I believe it was Doug, then Chris McDonough and Josh were also there. So they knew exactly when Don got pulled over. And they shared it. Doug shared it. I don't know. I've never been that kind of person because I would have been like, dude, you're freaking messed up. you know, come back when we can have a real conversation. I just never felt that talking to Don and Candace when they were intoxicated, what good did that do? Because no matter how much they were intoxicated or under substances, they were never going to, let me say this. People need to understand this, okay? When something happens in a home and no matter what it is, if someone in that family may be doing things that they're not supposed to be doing, if something happens and law enforcement has to be called, the majority of families that would happen to, guess what the dynamics would be? Hey, you know, law enforcement's coming. I wouldn't tell them this. I wouldn't tell them that. Right? You guys see what I'm saying? I wouldn't let them know that, you know, you smoked weed before they came, or you know, or you had smoked some weed when little Johnny fell off the trampoline and broke his arm, right? When I look at Don and Candace, I see that happening 50-fold, right? Summer's missing, but you don't want to tell them this. You don't want to say that. Because even if it has nothing to do with her going missing, it's going to look bad, right? All right.
You're a child
I'm
of God.
finishing
You
this
could
and
just
then
say,
let
"I'm
that
get
spit
behind
off.
you."
Yes, that's right.
We're
I
almost
rebuke you
done,
in
you
the name of
guys.
Jesus.
No,
And then start talking to
I
God.
thought I was really strong at one point, but this has been one.
The hardest.
It's been real tough. Satan's trying to push me in every way.
He's real good at that, unfortunately, but God is greater and God is bigger and God is stronger. Just remember that.
Okay. Now I have to beg God. I feel like we should gather around you and pray. If that's okay.
And this is the thing too. I've seen a lot of people that felt like, and you guys let me know if this is what you felt too. We know Dawn is a, you know, loves God. He talks about God all the time, the 10 Commandments. I mean, he's, you know, he's always talking about that. I think a lot of people felt that Don Wells was full of shit because how can somebody allegedly love God so much and have addictions? Sit there and drink a gallon of R&R, right? How can somebody who loves God so much do things that we would feel God wouldn't be okay with, right?
Yeah.
Why don't we get
I could use all of the help I did.
why don't we
He's
get
over there
the
too.
family and let's just pray for them? I'm just saying. Okay.
Believe me, I lose it all the time. Thank you so much.
And the devil's trying to attack anyway. But God is in control of this, whether we don't see it or not. There's a song I've been singing called Waymaker, and that's just a powerful song. Even when we don't see it, He's moving. Even when we don't feel it, He's moving.
That's right.
And I just pray that you guys just worship God with all your heart, your soul, and mind. In Jesus' name.
How scary can it be to go out in public and go to vigils for your daughter who's missing when you don't know who took her and you don't know what happened to her. The environment and the area where the Wells lived, I can honestly see how Candace would be afraid. I could see that.
You want to start us like that?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, Sonic. Thank you, Sam.
Dear God, I thank you again for this day, Father God. I pray, Father God, in the name of Jesus, that you be with this family,
That's
Father God,
Jimmy.
Lord. Lord, Father God, I don't know what they're going through, Father God, Lord. Just give them peace, Father God, in the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord. In Jesus' name, Father God, Lord.
Circles all about Lord.
Yes,
Holy circles all about. Come together in one accord.
Lord have mercy.
Two or three are gathered.
Yes.
You are also.
Yes.
Waymaker, miracle worker, darkness, my God, that is who you are.
Mother,
Yep.
you hear me? Nobody's place to come at you as a mother.
We care about you or we wouldn't be here
And
today.
that's why we're all here. Exactly
Yes.
what she said. We want to.
Unfortunately, we have to meet some private detectives, etc.
Okay.
So we don't want to leave out on y'all. We want to stay here and be with y'all. We
I know,
really do.
Candace
Okay.
asked.
But you guys do what you need to do.
Yes.
Do what you need to do.
Yes.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Even if
Don is saying that they got to meet up with detectives. Or did he say private investigators? I don't know. I want to hear it though.
Detectives, etc.
okay.
So we don't
Detectives. Meeting up with detectives at 7.
Care about you or we wouldn't be here
And
today.
that's why we're all here.
Yes.
Exactly what she said. We want to.
Unfortunately, we have to meet some private detectives, etc.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we don't want to leave out on y'all. We want to stay here and be with y'all. We
I know,
really do.
Candace
Okay.
asked.
But you guys do what you need to do.
Yes.
Do what you need to do.
Yes.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Even if you're not here, we're still going to be with you in spirit. So
Mhm.
we'll be with
Yeah.
you.
No, go do what you have to do.
And just like I was telling you, and just like she's telling you, yeah, you can't listen.
You know, I'm just going to say this. It was heartbreaking. My heart went out to Candace. My heart still goes out to Candace. It really does. I think a lot of people, you know, Candace has not had a good life. I couldn't imagine having my life put out there. Every messed up thing that ever happened to me. You know, to have to relive your whole life over and over, have strangers telling you about your life. But the sad part about it was the way that I don't fucking know.
Don't you let nobody bring you
Hold on to that
down.
hope. Yep.
Nobody's
Keep holding
walking
on.
You
your
also talked to
shoes to have the
PI's
right to
detectives
say what
early
you
on.
have done, not
Exactly.
done, or how
Exactly.
you feeling. Nobody's walking your shoes but you and Jesus.
That's right.
And I know, like I told your husband, easier said than done. But just
What do you
stand
mean,
to
who
tell
is
you.
this? I don't know who that is.
That's right.
We all
He's
love you.
talking to Candace.
We
He's
all
a
love you.
individual.
Ultimately, Jesus loves you. And if we didn't love you, we wouldn't be here every week. So exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, if you need prayer, you can always come on my Facebook page, on our Facebook page, TT Minus Glory. You can message us and we'll be glad to pray with you. Okay, that's the name of my Facebook page. We'll be glad to pray with you.
Oh yes.
And he was so cordial, extremely cordial to everybody. And then the lady, the lady arrived and had brought a cake, teddy bear, presented it to him. She'd driven from somewhere. I don't think it was nearby.
Let me ask you guys this real quick. Who made who look bad? Don said he believed Candace, loved his wife, but took every opportunity to make him look bad, or to make Candace look bad. I got 7 alibis, she's got none, right? Then you got Candace, who was talking with Benny and Ernie, and Candace is telling them stuff about Dawn. Now, granted, with Dawn Benny seen that firsthand. Benny seen that firsthand. Right? And I really don't want to talk about Benny, but I am going to say this. When he came out on Shares and said that he was there, the situation was so bad that he felt he may have to do something to Dawn. That was pretty interesting, right? Pretty interesting. You never felt Dawn really believed Candace? There's maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, they made themselves look bad. They made themselves look bad.
So I was photographing that because that was just one of those perfect moments of kindness, and his kindness back to her, and his respectfulness that he had.
Cake looks really good.
He wasn't hard. He wasn't crusty. He was extremely respectful. Manners.
Tim, why didn't you show the part where the lady was freaking out crying? Why? I'm gonna try to find it, and then I'm getting my butt off here. Candace had people crying. Hold on, what the heck is that? Maybe I can find it. I don't know. Was it this one? That was the first year. This one would have been 2021. And people said that they thought she was a crisis actor. And there are crisis actors. There absolutely are. It was freaking weird. I can't find it off the top of my head. But yeah, the woman was freaking out and she was a squalling, and better believe it. Tomorrow we will start on, and thank you for sending that to my Facebook. I already had it, but thank you for reminding me about Allie's neighbors coming out and saying something. It's Tim Mullens, Gene. Oh, it was a different one? Well, I said that because she was there. She was there. She was there. She was. All right. I already got it pulled up for tomorrow. All I have to do is do the StreamYard. We'll probably do it around the same time, 3 o'clock. And I just want to say this. Please don't show anybody any hate that may have been mentioned over here today. I really, people are people. They're going to do things the way they want to do things. And, my channel is a commentary channel, and I do give my opinion. and I do appreciate everybody coming in and giving their opinion. I cannot believe that in 15 minutes I'll be on here 4 hours. If you have any relevant information about Summer Wells, please call 1-800-TBI-FIND, or Summer Moon Utah Wells has been missing since June 15, 2021 from Rogersville, Tennessee. If you have any relevant information, please call 1-800-TBI-FIND or Hawkins County Sheriff's Office. If you are uncomfortable talking to either one of those agencies, please feel free to call FBI. Hashtag Justice for Summer. Please, someone knows something. Stop the games. Bring Summer home. Of course, my copyright disclaimer is in that. And Jackie, thank you so much for gifting the memberships, honey. That was so sweet of you. I appreciate you so much. And this is the thing. If you're around YouTube all the time, you know that you have to be careful with how you word things in chat. Okay? All you got to do is change the spelling up a little bit or whatever. Okay? But my channel's my channel. We've never done anything any different over here. Okay? And, you know, nobody needs to act like my channel's all bad because I say the F word, okay? I have heard many channels say a hell of a lot worse. Oh, thank you, Jean. I do hope you guys, I mean, I don't know. My mind goes in different directions and stuff when, especially when we're talking about Summer's case. At first I thought it was a tree, but now that you pointed it out, I see a person there too. Oh, on the road? Well, Tim's walking around. Tim's walking around doing his little historical stuff. For sure. And of course, you know, I run my freaking mouth. So when I talk about Summer, it's hard for me to speak on one thing, even though I'm like, okay, we're going to talk about Tim Mullens, right? When we just end up talking about all of it. Just all of it. But I mean, the lies and shit, it's like, what is the purpose of that? What is the purpose of that? I don't understand it, right? Now, I am going to recommend, and it is in my description, go check out Tim and, you know, what he is saying that is how he came to know Don Wells and Candace Bly Wells. We've all heard that Candace is not very, not very fond of Tim. I've heard Don and Tim are closer than ever, you know, good buddies and all. I just never understood that. It's all just weird. I cannot sit here and say that I know what happened, that Don and Candace are guilty or innocent of anything. Like I said, all I have seen is their own actions, and I'm going to have my opinion on it, and everybody else can have their opinion on it too. They really can. People are going to say and do whatever they want to say and do. And I'm not here to call people out and say they're not telling the truth. It's the bad thing for me is, you know, over all this time, you hear people say specific things. You know they've said it. You've heard them say it. You've seen it, them saying it. And then to go back and say that it's not true is very heartbreaking for me, because then I have to decide if everything else that they've said is true or not. Right? And I mean, can I say it makes me angry? Yeah, a little bit, but who the fuck am I, right? I'm not nobody. I'm not anybody. Not at all. And that's sad to me. That is just sad to me. But I've been doing that the whole time. And I think there's other people who've done it too. You know, you got to, follow your own gut, trust in what you believe. And if you want to believe people, believe people. I'm not here to change anything like that. I don't have a freaking power to make people believe people or not believe people. And there are people who have said things that, number one, common sense tells us that there's no possible way that what they are saying even makes sense. You know? I don't know. You have to decide what has been said, and if it's something that, you're going to put in the I believe that file, or the I don't think that's true file, then you're going to eat, and you might even put it into a third file that says has nothing to do with Summer. Has nothing to do with Summer's case. So put it in the nobody cares file, right? But one thing I know is I don't know Summer Wells personally. I never met her. But I started following her case very, very early on, just like a lot of other people. And that little girl just, from immediately, grabbed a hold of our hearts. And I've researched missing children and, all kinds of trafficking, different things like that, for many, many years. And I care about all missing children. I really do. And I've tried to talk about, things associated with children over here, and the horrible things that happen to our children. And, I've really tried to do that. And one thing that I've always found really sad, and not that it has anything to do with me or who watches me or who listens to me or how many views I get or anything like that. That's all freaking irrelevant to me, okay? I come on here and hang out with you guys because I want to. I consider most of you guys my friend, that I would, I enjoy coming on here and hanging out with you guys and acting silly and freaking singing when I can't sing. I don't know how you guys put up with that, for real. Just like I did, 3 hours of singing freaking day before yesterday, or yesterday I felt like Taylor Swift doing the Eras tour. You know, she sings for like 3 hours a night on the Eras tour. Well, she don't anymore. The tour is over. But it is very disheartening because a lot of times when you're talking about missing children and things like that, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Now, of course, three of the main missing children's cases that, of course, especially on social media, on YouTube, that I have followed, truly followed, is Michael Vaughn, Sebastian Rogers, and Summer. Summer was a little different. With Summer, I just started keeping track of everything, writing stuff down, all kinds of different stuff. All kinds of different stuff. And people made fun of me because I was like, you know, I would love to write a book. And they have demeaned me and all kinds of stuff. Now, I don't come on here every time, I'm going to write a book. I'm going to write a book. It may happen, it may not happen. They don't have a problem with anybody else who's wrote a book. But you say Remain Calm said she was going to write a book, and next thing, you know, I'm the worst person in the world. And I'm good with that. I'm good with that. So, but we definitely will go over, I've got Allison stuff I want to go over. Go in, if you guys want to listen to the David Dotson, go into, you might be able to just go in YouTube search bar and just go to my channel and put in Unmask David Dotson, and it should pop up for you guys. I've already went over David Dotson a couple times. The only thing with David Dotson was the fact that he said he was on the Hill when Candace showed law enforcement the video of all the kids swimming that day. He said it. He did say it. I don't know how that could have been, you know, mistaken for anything else besides that. But all right, we got 2 minutes, y'all. 2 minutes. Anybody got anything they want to say? Anybody want to come in and tell Remain Calm what a bad person she is? For sure. I don't try to piss people off. I just try to be real. For sure. And when it comes to Summer, I just kind of, you know, I get a little angry for people who want to, you know, bullshit and lie. But, you know, to each their own. Whatever they're going to do, they're going to do it. They're going to do it. And let me say this. There's a lot of channels that took all their content down. Okay? And a lot of people, you know, did not download something that may have been on a channel that, you know, the creator got rid of or something like that. So it comes down to, you know, kind of your word against them. you can sit and say, I heard you say it. I know you said it. I heard you say it. But if the receipt isn't out there showing that this stuff was said, then guess what? That creator can say anything they want. They can change their mind. They can flip flop all over the place. We have all flip flopped all over the freaking place. I have flip flopped on so many different things that I have thought and felt and everything else. I mean, I think we've all done it for sure. So, all right, I've been on here 4 hours, you guys. All right, I hadn't done that for a while and I'm really tired. So, hopefully, I'll come back on tomorrow and we'll talk about Allison a little bit. Now, Allison's no longer with us. Rest in peace, Allison, for sure. So this isn't gonna be a freaking I don't like Allie, I like Allie. That stuff doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter. You know, so May May. I love you, May May. May May, I know that you were joking because I know that you got a sense of humor, okay? For sure. For sure. May May's been around since I first came on YouTube. For sure. Flies has been around. There's a lot of us who's been around the whole freaking time, and we have seen and heard a lot of stuff. There were creators who got rid of their content because they were being threatened. Okay. And that was always sad to me when you got into people who were from the area, they were being threatened. There was real life stuff going on with these people all over covering a little missing girl. It was crazy. It still is crazy. Still is. So, I don't know, my friend. I know you love flies. I know you do, girl. I got good people over here. Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate it. You know, it gets a little, sometimes, you know, sometimes people need shouted out and waved to, right? And let me tell you, I can get feisty. I can get feisty. You better believe it 1,000%. And, you know, let me tell you, I put up with a lot of shit and I put up with a lot of people who are narcissists, want to make shit about themselves, blah, blah, blah. You guys know. You guys know. But I am the first person that will tell somebody to fuck off if they want to mess with me. I just don't play that. If someone doesn't want to be here, then don't be here. But don't come into chat and tell me you don't want to be here, because all that does is tells me that you're a fucking narcissist and you're taking a conversation and wanting to make it about you. That's what that tells me. But I appreciate all you guys. I really do. I love you, May May. No, I'm not coming to hang out at your house. Are you freaking kidding me, May May? You would probably slip me some of that Ernie Shell woohoo juice. I am not coming to May May. She'd give me some of that Ernie Shell woohoo juice. You missed the billboard stuff? Oh, thanks. Thanks, Jean. You're always so sweet. Thank you so much. But I've said this before, I'll say it again, then I'm going to get my butt off there. If my mods time you out or my mods escort you out of my chat forever, I'm not going to question my mods, because I can tell you right now, they have proof of whatever they're timing you out about. They have it. And anytime I say, hey, why'd you time that person out, or why is that person gone? They show me the proof. So my mods just don't do stuff like that for the heck of it at all. But I do. I'm very compassionate. I love people, and I love all you guys. And, you know, I worry about some of you guys, and Pat Wicks, I'm talking about you, lady. You know, and I do care about everybody. I really do. And I'm not just saying that just to be wasting my freaking breath. I have compassion for everybody. We're all going through things. We all need prayers. You know, all of us. We do like our wrenches. It makes us have to work, and we are lazy. Well, that's it. I mean, over here, you guys really don't even have to use them very often, but yeah, it was kind of a weird live for a little bit there. But like I said, please don't show anybody any hate. You know, we're all grown adults. You can decide your beliefs or not your beliefs, and we do not know where Summer Moon Utah Wells is at, and I pray to God that you know, she's still out there, and you know, she's thriving, and she's beautiful, and that's what I hope. And as far as Van Hill Road, like I said, you guys, nobody ever listens to me, but in those areas, it's very easy to bury evidence, easy to bury something, and but we don't know what they were looking for. We don't know what they were looking for sure. But love you guys. Have a great night. Sorry I was on here for so long. I do hope that, you know, the conversation was worthy of 4 hours today. And yeah, so that's all I can say. But I love having you guys here. And Jackie, thank you for the memberships, girl. Thank you so much. 20 memberships. That means a lot to me. That helps me so much. It really does. More than you'll ever know. More than you will ever know. I adore you guys. I really do. I love it because you guys are each an individual person. I always look at you guys as individual people. We all got different, you know, we're all different, and that's what makes it so cool, because we all are different. We're not the same. I mean, some things we think about, you know, some of the same things or whatever, think the same way, but we're all so different in our personalities and stuff like that. And we still can hang out and still respect each other. And that is the coolest thing to me ever. May May. May May, you are so bad, girl. May May. I love you, May May. I do. Thank you, Flies. Thank you, Poppy. Oh, thank you, the mouse. Oh, I wanted to show. Okay, hang on 1 second. I will show this as we're going out. This is the coolest. Thank you for sending me your wildlife pictures. That is freaking so cool. I appreciate that so much. We got some deer and a turkey buzzard. There's a rabbit there too. They're all just hanging out there together. A rabbit? That is a turkey buzzard, right? I think that's a turkey buzzard. All right. Thank you, flies. Definitely. Oh, wait a minute. Karen's laughing at May. Peace, love, blessings, and prayers, everyone. And probably after this live, I don't know what anybody's going to say about me, but don't you guys worry about it, okay? We are good in the hood over here. All right. Peace out, you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Have a good night. And I promise tomorrow I'm not going to keep you on here for 4 hours. But we're not done with Tim Mullens yet. Okay? We are not done with Tim Mullens yet. May singing clap on, clap off. That's funny. That is so funny. All right, let me give you guys an applause. Thank you so much. I will catch y'all later. Peace out, you guys. Again, thank you so much. And thank you guys for caring about a little girl. For sure. When the males are all puffed up. Ooh. Most males are puffed up, whether they're puffed up or not puffed up. But I'm going to run to the store, I think, really quick before the weather gets bad, because once the weather gets bad, I'm not getting out in this stuff. I just got over the Rona, and I'm just now getting my brain back. That was one of the things it took. It was like freaking horrible. Thank you, Wee. I'm so glad you got to pop in. All right, bye, guys. Catch you later.